Okay, there we are. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the studio. Is that better? Yay! Good afternoon. It is a wonderful day today. And a beautiful day. That's what I was saying. It's nice and warm here. We've got the windows open. We've got our sandals back on. It is like I actually like worked up a sweat a while ago. I mean, we do have had the kiln going last night, so it's warm in the back. That could be why, but it also feels really good outside today. Yes. Are we playing Weird Al songs today? So if anybody has Amazon Prime and you want to listen along with us to Amazon Music via the widget, if you're on a desktop and you're in the US, you can listen with us and control the volume and listen to what we're listening to. Oh, I didn't see it. Need to refresh. Nope. Huh. Thank you for the cheers. Hmm. Looks like Kiba was like licking his own head. That's what it looks like with the he was like licking the bit cup. Underground, hello. Good afternoon. We're trying. Just need to refresh, I guess. We have a new emote and we're trying to show it to you, but it's not. Oh, we still here? I think we're still here. There it is. There it is. It's our Thanksgiving emote. We have holiday emotes like a real streamer. Underground, I don't know what that is. What is that? Now, I am going to be doing some throwing today, obviously. Kiba's getting the wheel prepped. You see, he's licking it. Why are you licking the wheel, cat? He's like, this is a big job. We gotta get this thing cleaned up. I was like, we gotta get this thing cleaned up before tomorrow. I appreciate the help, Kiba. Face cam is a little bit out of sync. Getting him them nutrients, yeah. I don't know what he's doing. He's like, the cat food bowl's empty. Gotta get nutrients wherever I can. He's wasting away to nothing. See, you can't see he's not. His fat rolls are getting flabby. Can you refresh the bit cup when you get a chance? Right, he needs his home cooked meals. Yeah, buddy. Now I tried to make him a little pedestal over here so we can see if this is going to support him. Wait, we need to go for a spin. This is the pottery wheel. There we go. Let's see, we go slow. There we go. Let's see, I can do whatever I want to as long as I pet him. Mm-hmm. Got a little bit of clay on his tail. You're being punished. What? Okay. There you go. That tail is not happy. That tail is not happy. Come here. Is it okay? No? Okay, I think that's fairly stable. Though I need some water too. I'm gonna take this off. Because I'm gonna start off with making some pie plates. Punished. Ha ha ha. Add some chunky bits there for you, buddy. The tail, meow near the hammer tail. Need some clay water to wash down that clay. Maybe that's not going to work out that well. I'll put a cardboard box over here and put his pillow on top, but apparently it's not. His girth is too much to balance properly there. Did not call him fat. I did not. It's okay. Your girth is also too much to balance properly. So for the pie plates, I'm going to do at least 7 or 8 of these. So I've got several 3-pound pieces of clay here measured out. Let's do this. Try to make sure this is stuck as best as it can be. The Emperor's girth must not be mocked. So saith the Emperor, we think. It was muffled by his girth. Yeah. Don't know where he went. Surprised he's not sitting underneath the kiln when it's cooling down. But it may be a bit too warm. It was still at like 1,000 degrees. He doesn't get cuddle up to it until it gets to around 800 degrees. So this is 3 pounds of clay, and I'm going to be using it to make a pie plate. I have a pie plate over here. See my snowman? Need to make some more of those. But this is a pie plate that has not been fired. Obviously, it's still the raw clay, but it just needs to be bisqued, cleaned up and bisqued, but that's what I'm going to be making. And I'm using the canvas here so that I can have a flat base on the pie plate without having to cut it off with one of my pieces of fishing line. Because cutting off something that has this wide of a base versus like a mug that only has like maybe like a 3-inch base is that you run the risk of cutting through the piece or making it wavy and uneven. So I use the canvas so I can just peel it off when I'm done. But yeah, I made, if y'all remember, was it last week? I made some prototype snowmen. And I will be making some more of these, but this was the very first one, and I've got some changes that I'll probably make to it. I'll like show it over here. But isn't he cute? But I made it in several pieces, so we have, and this one's like cracked too, so it didn't like, most of the pieces didn't survive. But I measured them so that they would nest together like this. and make a snowman and be like functional bowls, so you can have different sizes here. Like that one didn't make it at all. But I think I'm going to measure the base of these so that the base will fit and then they will stack a little bit better. But we've got the 4 bowls that will, could sit together. Look, that one's not bad, but I'm going to measure the base of them to stack them for the next one. But for proof of concept, I like the wider, shallower bowls, and then the hat is like that. The best part about pie plates is they encourage pies. All kinds of pies. And then I made a 3-piece one that was that I may try to make again. But this one like didn't fit together at all. I didn't measure very well. But I was thinking to make them like taller snowmen, and so I'll try that one again later. These 2 pieces are okay. So I've got like a baby snowman. So here's the baby snowman. Buttons and a carrot nose. I was thinking, well, on that one, I didn't do a nose. Like the nose sticks out too far. Like, so I was thinking so Frosty the Snowman has a button nose and 2 eyes made out of coal, right? So I thought to do a button nose, but there's the eyes made out of coal, and then I'll probably just do those black as well. But I just didn't do a nose at all. But I could. Thought about doing a little corncob pipe. You want a BB-8 yarn bowl and an apple baker? That would be cute. That would be a cute yarn bowl. I haven't done anything with it. We got distracted. Pecan pie. You know what? Pecan pie it's always too runny. What is the secret of a good pecan pie to make it not runny? I mean, it still tastes good. Like a runny pecan pie still tastes wonderful. But so talking about Star Wars, if anybody has watched the new Mandalorian, are we 2 episodes in right now, or is another one come out tomorrow? I forget when the episodes come out. But we have a new Mandalorian mug, and I made it in the storm gray. It is the IG-11 Nanny Services advertisement. It says, "We exterminate all your childcare needs." And then this says right here, it says to serve and protect. Or to nurse and protect. Is that what it is? I forget. It came out yesterday. So this, I don't know, like I like the design. I'm just so proud of the stamp. Like that is an impression that Daniel made with the laser etcher. That's like the detail that we can get. Isn't that awesome? You've given in and started reading the Dresden books. You've got the first 5. Yep, go down the rabbit hole. Yes. It is a very good series. It is. I did finish Battlegrounds, so I'm through with that. And the one thing I will say about it is I fully expected him to like wrap everything up and these last 2 books be the last ones, but he left it wide open. So I don't know what the official plans are, if he's going to continue it or if he's just going to say, "I'm done." Yeah. Maybe not cooked long enough? Yeah, I don't know. All right, let's make a pie plate. Let's do this. But I don't have a ton of experience making pies. I do more like cakes and cookies. But if I was going to make a pie, it would be a pecan pie. The pies that I like the best are pecan pies. And then I have never, ever tried to make a custard pie. But I would, my favorite pie to eat besides pecan pie would be a coconut cream pie. We have, but then pecan pie, like when we make pecan pies, or when my mother does, it's like pecan pie. And then we always make a derby pie, which is the, basically pecan pie with chocolate chips. Some people may add walnuts to it as well, but it's... I need a empty bag to put some scraps into. I see one down here. Let's see. I'll just smooth this out a little bit since before I pull the wall up. Need to slow this down a little bit, I think, too. Because the wider and the taller something gets, the slower you need to go to keep things stable. Chef John's recipes are the best from Food Wishes. I need a ruler. Because this is going to be a 9-inch pie plate, so I need it to be 10 inches wide now, so it'll have some room to shrink down. So I'm going to open this up a little bit more. There we go. And then going to give this a little bit of a lip here. And we're going to give this its iconic pie plate rim. Underground, I'm sorry, I didn't know what step I wasn't even paying attention. I'm going to be making like at least 7 of these, so if you want one a certain way, let me know. I do have one in the back that's been bisque that's not ruffly around the edges. Right there, like before I make it ruffly. Yeah, I'd be interested in seeing like the difference in the pie plate you have and the ones that I'm making now, because I'm making so many more of them now that like I think when you got your pie plate, I had barely ever made any, or I hadn't made them in a long time. All right, so that is done and good. Like all straighty, high-edged, and unfluted. Yes, that's a perfect description. I know what you're talking about. Silence, hello. So what I'm doing now is I'm going to get underneath the actually I need to move this a little bit. I want to get underneath that piece of canvas. There we go. And then what I'll do is let this dry out, and then peel the canvas off the bottom as it starts to dry out. Once I can pick this up and move it a little bit, and then the bottom will be nice and flat and not wobbly. Phew, maybe I need to not do that with my finger. That's what the fishing line did to my finger. You have ideas beyond pie. Ooh, tell me. Right? No, it's fine. It's not like cut or anything. It's just kind of indented. You're technically not supposed to wrap the wire around your finger. You're supposed to wrap it around like the handles, like the sponges I have on there. But nobody ever does that. I'm gonna put these in the water so I can clean them off. All right, so clean that off so I can add a another piece of canvas here. Yeah, dental floss. Yeah, that too. Cut right through you. Hey, Wendy. So this is what I do. Put some slip down, get some goopy stuff here to make it stick. All right, so I've got another 3-pound piece of clay here. So let's make another pie plate. Casserole dishes, cobblers, cheesecakes. Cheesecakes. Oh, come on now. Straighten this back up, and then I'll compress this a little bit more. You know what? I didn't compress it. That's what I didn't do. I usually go around with my scraper and press this down. I didn't do that this time. That's why I did that. Got to remember my steps. There's a Trix. Trix. No. Okay. There we go. Hmm.
Tell me. I'm gonna go to Walmart, I guess.
Okay.
And get that done.
I put down mushrooms. I know we don't have any of those, so just get whatever veggies you want. But we have broccoli and squash and some other things. So,
Do we?
yes.
Oh, because of the other one.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
We are going to grill out today because it is gorgeous outside. Gorgeous. And I'm going to pretend like it's August outside. Got our sandals back on. Yeah, you could even do like deep dish pizzas in the pie plate, cinnamon rolls. Okay, now is this kind of the point where you wanted me to stop? Usually I have it a little bit straighter. I'm going to see how wide this is. Because that is like a little bit too big, but there's not much I can do about it now. What's going on up there? Oh, Minnie. Y'all see Minnie? You can barely see her like right. She's like right there in that box. Every once in a while you see her ears poke up. She is like, I hear this rustling behind me, and she's found her way into a box of bubble wrap. This one is going to be a little bit wider than the others. But that's all right. More pie for whoever gets this one. And one thing with this, it's going to be more straight up and down once it dries a little bit, because anything that's flared out is going to shrink in a little bit. So there's that right there. Now, do you want one? Do you want one of these like this, or are you saying preferences? Because I'll make one for you if you want it. But and like I said, I can make a ton of these. I'm gonna make more than one, so I do have to make several of these that have the fluted edges though, because we have some orders for colors that I do not have. Here we go. I made one a little bit bigger than this. It's going to be end up being a dog dish, but I used 4 pounds of clay instead of 3, so it would be thicker and heavier, so it wouldn't move around as much. But I thought of you with your big pie plates. I didn't do this on the other one, but I like kind of stretching everything out the opposite way. And we have pie plate number 2. A sink like this with a hole in the middle, just like a flat bottom sink. See, that the only other sink I've made, I made a flat bottom for it, and that was my mistake because it doesn't drain properly. But that it was the very first one I made, so I will have to like consciously make it a little bit more tapered. Put the hole to one side. Why do you want it to be shaped like a pie plate? Okay, Pink, what do you not understand about the book? You're on the first book. Trying to remember what happens in the some of the first things that happen. We're Pink is reading the Dresden Files for the first time. Wouldn't he have been the first one to know if he'd killed anybody? From my understanding, like people might be able to tell if magic had been done, but not by who. And so they just assume. Is that right? I think that's how it works. Like, and you get the impression that they don't watch over him that hard. They just are there to kind of blame him when something goes wrong. Yeah, I might have to go back and reread it. Stormfront's the first one. Yeah, Fool Moon is second, right? Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to go back and see. So he wasn't tracking them that closely until after the murder. I'm trying to remember if in the magical system, if they say like everybody's magic has a signature, if they can tell who did it. I'm sure there's ways to find out who did it. This is what I didn't do last time. Hey, Spook, I'm working on pie plates. Let's adjust this. Nope, this way. There we go. There we go. Oh, really? You have the book that's 3 in 1. Nice. There is so much information in those first 3 books. I would say the first 2 are still under the category of character introductions, character development. The third one is where you finally feel like, for me, feel like you know enough about the world that they just start telling different stories. Grave Peril, yes, with Michael. That's where you get to meet Michael. Going back, like in rereading it for the first time, I forget how many people you meet in the first and second book that are there the entire time. Do I get tension in my hands? You know, doing the throwing is not what hurts my hands at all. Like seriously, like I know a lot of people. Well, one of the most common hand injuries with doing pottery or any type of crafts is going to be like carpal tunnel, but one of the things that when I was working with another full-time potter, they showed me different techniques to use to avoid that, you know, to be more conscious of how you work with your hands and to not overwork your wrists and stuff because the guy I worked with had carpal tunnel and had to try to, you know, work around it. But But really, what I'm doing is very low intensity right now. I'm not like squeezing and getting tense. I'm more just using pressure, and not really hard pressure for the size of clay that I'm using. It's very low intensity. That's why there's a lot of like physical therapists that will use pottery to help work out injuries in your hand. And it helped me a lot. I mean, I had a skin graft, so it wasn't like I had like bone issues, but it helped to like slowly like stretch out the skin and get movement back. Now this one feels very like too small. Has who written a book? It's right at 10 inches wide. And Marie, hello. I'm working on pie plates today. So I've got this one as wide as it needs to be, and I'm going to make a little bit of a lip here so I can give it the iconic little pie crust flourish on the top. So one of the things I would ask, like if you get a lot of tension in your hands, if you are experiencing pain when you're throwing, I would ask at what point of the process are you experiencing pain? The area, if I'm going to get tense anywhere, I'd say it's in my shoulders because I put the force comes from my shoulders. When I'm centering, I'm not pushing with my elbow. I'm not pushing, with my wrists and stuff. I'm pushing with my shoulders. So that's where I hold all my tension, regardless of what I'm doing or not. But that's the like when I'm throwing a heavy piece, like I can feel it like right here in my arms. So that's I guess the muscles that I use. Hey Colleen, good afternoon. It is a wonderful day, isn't it? So I can see like if you're putting pressure from one way or the other, like I mean I've had like me and Daniel both have, like he has it much worse than me, but you get tendonitis in your elbows because you're pushing this way and that. So you may not be doing anything wrong. It may just be that the way your body's moving. So and you may be using clay that's really stiff. I know when I throw with the raku clay, which has a lot of grit in it and it's a lot harder, it uses a lot more pressure and I feel it a lot more. Timber, thank you for the raid. Welcome everybody. Good afternoon. Happy Saturday. Can't believe it's a Saturday in November. It's like gorgeous outside here. We are in southern Kentucky. Incoming! This is going to be a pie plate. This is going to be a pie plate. We've been talking about what we're going to put in our pie plates. Because I have more experience with like cookies and cakes. See, now it looks like a pie plate. I always put this little like ruffly edge on here because it kind of like gives the piece its identity. Like, oh, ruffly edge. Oh, it's a pie plate. You can use it for anything you want, but and you can also order it without the ruffly edge. Like underground is requested. Really deep pie plate, yes. So it is going to be 9 inches wide. So don't forget that this is going to shrink about an inch as it goes through the firing process. I have to measure it and make it a little bit wider than it needs to be. And I'm getting underneath. I've got a piece of canvas on here that I'm trying to get underneath. There we go. Yeah, so I measured this to be around 10 inches wide, and then it's going to shrink down to 9 inches. But it will still be a deeper pie plate than normal. It'll be, from top to bottom, it'll be like around 3 inches tall. So it's going to be bigger than your, the Pyrex pie plate dish that you normally see. Or like the aluminum foil pans. But that just means more pie. I actually do need to so I need to experiment, right? And I need to experiment for science. I need to make pies for science and put together recipes that that alter the recipe for a little bit more pie. So we can fill up your pie plate and look at the proportions you would need for making a larger apple pie or pecan pie or, Yes, everything shrinks. The clay that I'm using has a shrinkage percentage of 12%. So and I have to measure. So just like the travel mugs that have lids, you measure for shrinkage. Sometimes it doesn't. Things don't need to be that precise. But if when I'm doing nesting bowl sets, or I've had bowls ordered before that needed to fit inside another holder, so I had to measure for that. For science, I'm going to make pies for science. Vimes, hello. How are you doing? All right, has everybody seen our new emote? We got a new emote today. A new holiday emote. Can you see what it is? We have a Thanksgiving emote. Talking about pies makes me think of Thanksgiving and eating all the good foods. We left up our Halloween emotes. I think I'm going to leave them up. There he is. Kiba being all festive. That is one thing that has gotten him to run outside before, is like when before we had the windows we could open, we would have the front door open, and the restaurant next door decided to do during one of the festivals, they decided to put the grill outside and grill turkey legs, and we had to lock Kiba up because he kept going over there and visiting them. And they actually loved it. They would have fed him all day long, of course, but But normally, like, if you open the front door, he just sits at the front door and just looks outside and feels the breeze. So he's normally a very good cat. Make sure we're stuck here. So I'm using a piece of canvas on top of the bat so that when I'm done with the pie plates, I don't have to cut the bottom off. When I do that, I tend to cut through the plate, and then it's ruined or the bottom is uneven. So this just helps me keep things consistent, and then I'll cut underneath it when it's done, and then once it dries a little bit, just peel the canvas off. Yeah, sounds like heaven for a cat. Yeah, so the cat, when we got the building here and moved in, the restaurant is next door, and they were feeding him because they thought he was a pregnant female cat. So, it's like, I wondered why he wanted to go outside so consistently every day at like 3 o'clock, because they would come in and feed him after the lunch crowd. Like, we put him on a diet, but he didn't lose any weight, and I watched the pile of food for 2 days, and it didn't move. Like, there wasn't even a piece of kibble gone. But he wasn't losing any weight because he was going and eating chicken Alfredo and crab legs and steak. Eating better, cat eats better than us. Let's go a little bit faster than that. So this is 3 pounds of clay, and just centering the clay on here. Hee hee, pumpkin cat. I like that one too. It's about the shape of Kiba. And then open this up, making a pancake. So very easy. You know, pie plates and plates are very, dinner plates are very easy to make. You just flatten the clay out. The hardest part, the more challenging part, is getting them to dry out evenly and not crack on the bottom. Just going to smooth that out a little bit. And then we're just going to get some of this clay up off the bottom. We're going to stretch out the rim there and see how wide this is before I do anything else to it. Because I need it to be, it is exactly 10 inches wide. That's good. So it's where it needs to be. I'm going to trim a little bit of clay off the bottom, because it's just extra and I don't need it. Alright, Silence, we'll see you in a little bit. Sure. I might trim that off a little bit. Where is a tool? There we go. Much better. Give it its frilly pie crust edge. Now today I'm making these guys, and then with the 3-pound pieces, I'm also going to make a few utensil holders. And then I'm going to switch to making some travel mugs, but I also, with that same amount of clay, I'm going to be making some of the mini pie plates. Mini pie plates are handy. They're, I think they hold around a cup and a half to 2 cups. I'll have to see. They're actually this exact same amount of clay as the soup bowls. They're just wider. I might even have one back here because I was looking through my boxes and found one. Because I knew I had at least one or two, but I didn't know what colors I had them in. It's probably the one Minnie's sitting on. Because Minnie's back here laying on a pile of pottery. Really, Cat? You can't tell me that this is comfortable. There's one. Here, so I found one. So that's the mini pie plate. Which I'll be making some more of. Yeah, hey Paul, hey Timber. Welcome everybody. Yeah, how a pie crust looks is the only concern of the camera, right? As long as it's crispy, it's good. And I can't say that I don't think I've ever made a pie crust from scratch. Like, I'm very intimidated by pie crusts. Savory pies, what do you put in them? What has been your most successful? And as you make them, do you say, "Damn, that's good"? Just pretend the dough is a lump of clay, right? But like making biscuit dough, it's like the opposite. You've got to be very careful. Like I learned that you don't need biscuit dough like you would need clay, or else you have like flat biscuits. All right, Timber, have a good supper. Broccoli pie. That sounds good. Yeah, Paul, have a good night. Chicken pot pie, yes. Actually, what I tend to do for a chicken pot pie type thing is just to roll out a biscuit dough and put it on top, or like croissant dough. Got an itch. I tried to make hand pies once. I used actual, like a store-bought pie crust, but I wish I had used like croissant dough instead because I had a bunch of pears that somebody gave me, and I was trying to use them up. So I made them into little hand pies. I need to see, like, just do some research and figure out how my grandmother made her hand pies. She called them fried pies, but 'cause they were so good. But she fried them in a skillet. But I don't know if they were like deep fried, if the thing was full of oil, or if you just like sear them or whatnot. And now your stomach is growling. Whew. Need to fix that a little bit, don't we? Hey, Teal. Yeah, welcome everybody. Good afternoon. I am making a pie plate. So we have the base of a pie plate. And we're making the edges here. And we're just talking about what we would put in the pie plates. Slow down a little bit more there. And work a little bit slower since this is wider. But we're just pulling up the top of this. So it's going to be more of like a deep dish pie plate. Flare it out a little bit and then we'll measure it. I need this to be around 10 inches wide, and it is that. Trim a little bit of the clay off the bottom here. And then fold a little bit of the clay over so I can give it its ruffly edge. Shepherd's pie, yes. I did experiment with cobblers this year some. Peach cobblers. Yep, I made a couple of peach cobblers. But I would want to work on my crust, the type of crust to put on it. Because I see a lot of recipes for cobblers where they're like, you just dump in like kind of like a biscuit type mix and let the fruit settle to the bottom, and then you have something crispy on top. But I remember my grandmother made, I guess it was more of a peach pie because she put crust on the bottom and then crust on top, but she made her homemade pie crust. So there's I probably like no way to recreate that. Right, not without a lot of experimenting, and that's, I would be willing to experiment for science. I will make all the pies. Okay. Let's okay. No one has shared their grandmother's recipes yet. You know why? Because our grandmothers didn't have recipes. Like, my grandmother didn't write anything down. She's like, I just put a little bit of this, a little bit of this in there. That's how I've always done it, and go. Actually, my other grandmother, she did write down a lot of her recipes, and I've got one, and I was like, I'm going to make this. I'm going to make her famous, like, coconut cake and icing, and I'm going to do this. And then I get the recipe out, and it's like 4 pounds of powdered sugar. I'm like, really? 4 pounds? How much of that did I eat? Like, 4 pounds? Like, I don't know if I really want to make that now. But then the footnote says like this makes enough icing for like 5 cakes. I'm like, okay, that's just make it in big batch. Use vodka and water instead of just water to hydrate the dough. Huh. We have 5 pie plates. So I said I was going to make 7. I've got 7 bats. So there's some canvas. Good. Yes, the round bread baker. Perfect. It turns the dough. It forms a dough, but has less water, so less stretching of the glutens, which gives you a flaky dough instead of a stretchy, chewy. Ooh, okay. Yeah, the recipes from your grandparents didn't work since there are things they did and didn't think of putting down, right? It's like I have some of the I don't know what to call them, the community cookbooks from when I was growing up. I remember when I got married, my mother gave me one, and it was the Methodist cookbook, and it was probably from 1975, and it hasn't been updated since. But it's all the recipes from everybody at the church that would come together, and they made a cookbook for everybody. And I was like looking through that. I'm like, okay, I need to know how to make some of these old-fashioned things. I need to know how to make dressing, turkey and dressing. And I look on the internet and I get a couple different recipes and put them together. I'm like, wait, let me just let me just get out the cookbook and see. Surely there's got to be some recipes here that I can look at. No, not a single one. Because it's just dressing. Everybody knows how to make dressing. Like you say, there's things that they didn't put down the things that were common knowledge at the time that everybody should know how to do. Ooh, you've got the settlement cookbook from like 1920. Yeah, I bet that's interesting. Seeing some of the recipes or some of the terminology that was used. It's like there's one old recipe that Daniel's mom has that I tried to follow, and then I'm like one of the things in it was like get certain amount of Crisco and melt it in like a quarter cup of boiling water and slowly add that to your mixture of your flour mixture or whatever and stir. And I'm like, I wonder if I can just pour in some vegetable oil. Like surely that'll do the same thing. Like that seems like overcomplicated. Oh, how to set the table for lunch versus dinner. Ooh. I remember being put in an etiquette class, like when I was like 7, and learning how to properly set a table, like which direction you're supposed to put the forks and things, and where you're supposed to set everything. How to remove stains. Yeah, very helpful. Has diagrams of animals that meats are taken from and the diagram of where the cut of meat comes from. Yeah. It's like who made the table setting rules? Like I wonder like what is the etiquette book from like the turn of the century? Isn't there like one like a main one? He had to set the tables for lunch and dinner according to correct placement of silverware cups. See, I don't know the difference between lunch and dinner. I don't know what that is. Is it as many how many forks you have? Like, I remember setting a table with your fork and your knife, like 2 forks, your dinner fork, your salad fork, your spoon, and your knife, and where like a steak knife would go, and your different cups. Let's see how wide this one is. That's perfect. Perfect. Yay, cat food! Yeah, scan the pages and post them, yeah, for a laugh. Here we go. Try to be careful with how I scrape these because this is just masonite wood, so it's easy to rip and tear. Okay, this will be the last pie plate for right now. Just trying to get some goop here that's not it's not too chunky. Oops. All right, now we're stuck. So I always compress downward a little bit before I start pulling the piece up. Make sure it is stuck to the wheel. Very first step when you're throwing. And then after this, I do have 3 more pieces here, and I'm going to make those into the some utensil holders. The utensil holders also double as something as simple as like a flower vase or a wine chiller. Multi-purpose. Okay, let me slow this down a little bit more. It has like your cookbook has some like really basic information and recipes, yes. And it's nice having it all in one place there together. Okay, let's do this. All right, we almost have 7 pie plates. Finish this up, and then what I'll do with these is just let them dry out. But they need to dry out slowly. That's the thing about the pie plates. They're very easy to make. You have to dry them out carefully or else they will crack along the bottom. Because what will happen is things with a wider base like this, if you just leave them out in the air to dry, the rim's going to dry out first and the base is not. So I have to cover up the rim so that everything dries out evenly, because if the rim dries out first, then I'll either get a crack around like the base right here, or I'll get a big crack down the middle. Because one part will dry faster than the other. Here we go. And then I'm going to put my other bat back on here. Now this is a plastic bat that I've cut a hole in, as you can see. Here we go. What's up? Oh, what?
Melania Trump's in Russellville today. I saw her car.
How so?
It had like the family stick figures on the
Uh-huh.
had a big electrical tape X on the mail, and it said in big paint on the window paint mark, position open with a.
Do you seriously see something like that?
Yeah, it was at Walmart, and it had an arrow on it. It said position open on the outside.
Oh my gosh.
It was hilarious.
Oh. I was like, surely you're making that up.
No.
So Daniel
There were
apparently
too many people around. I wanted to take a picture, but
he should have.
great.
Okay, so he said
Oh,
when he
Colleen's in.
yeah, Colleen's here.
Colleen, I need to know what your server is. I'm about to change for the Horde. Long story.
Yes. I'm thinking about it too. I asked him if I could play a cat. It's like, is there a cat? Is there a cat I can play? But what is the bad advice redeem? You use your Kiba points, your Kiba kibbles, and you can redeem bad advice from the Wonder Hamster or a bad pun. Just remember, you get what you pay for. And for bad advice, you have to give us a subject. So you can ask a question or just give us a subject, and he'll give you some bad advice. You also play WoW. So let me just tell you what he told me. He's like, so he went to the store. He went to the grocery store, and he came back and he says that he saw a car that had like the stick, the stick people family with man, wife, kids, dogs, whatever, and with like electrical tape. It had the male stick figure like X'd out, and in big like letters above it, it said "position open." He said there was too many people around, or he would have taken a picture of it. He should have anyway. What was it I saw one time? It was a license plate. It was a license plate. You know, with those airbrushed like touristy license plates you can get that has two people's names on it. And it had a piece of duct tape over one of the names. They kept the license plate. They wanted their name on there, but it put a piece of duct tape on one of the names. Yeah. Your girlfriend just made you start playing WoW with her. Made or gifted you with a joyous game experience. You have the T-Rex eating the stick figure family. Yes. A fox? He says I can have cat pets. So I'm going to be the crazy cat lady orc. Oh yeah, that's nice, Fimes. I gotta remember what I'm doing here. So this is still 3 pounds of clay, but I'm gonna make this only 6 inches wide, which is what the tile is. And I'm going to make just a cylinder. That's all this is going to be, and it's going to be a utensil holder or a wine chiller. But you can get one of these if you do the canister set. A 3-piece canister set comes with 3 lidded canisters. A 4-piece also comes with a utensil holder. So, but you can buy the utensil holders by themselves. I think we have like 2 in stock. So you can. So this is the same amount of clay. You have a pie plate, or you have something taller. Usually, like it's easier to stretch things out wider, and you can use the make the clay a little bit thinner. Some things that are taller require a little bit more clay and require the walls to be a bit thicker. There we go. And then with this, I'm going to make a little notch right here so that I'm going to put handles right below that notch. And it gives it a place to kind of separate the glaze colors if I need to. Because I can do any type of a pattern on here that I normally do, so like the stripes or the polka dots. And if I do one of those, then I usually glaze to right here and then do the pattern below that. You can also get them without the handles if you choose. Oh, there's. Now this is one that I will cut off the wheel. Yeah, Vimes, that's what got Daniel back into playing WoW is the new expansion. From what he's told me, it's made it a lot easier for people to get to start new characters and get into the game. Colleen, did you say what your server was? I don't remember that you said that. I saw it in chat. Hey, Golgotha. Oh, there we go. Golgotha, how hard is the clay that you use? The softer clay is easier to center because you don't have to put as much pressure on it. You're not fighting with it as much. But for some pieces, you do want the clay to be a bit stiffer, so. Here's a tip for centering. If you're thinking like, you've got weak arms, weak hands, you're not pushing with your forearms or your hands. Is centering is more about what I was talking about earlier, using your shoulders and putting your body weight against something. Because I was talking about, it's not something that I feel a lot in my hands. This is not very hard on my hands. This is or my joints. It's a very low intensity thing, but I feel the most fatigue in my shoulders because that's what I use the most of. Okay, 2. Oh no, Mom said you watched too much WoW, so you came here and everybody's talking about WoW. Hey, it's not all we talk about food. We've been talking about pie and we talk about pottery. So, because I was making pie plates a while ago. Right now, I'm making it can be a utensil holder or a like a wine chiller. Because you can just like the mugs, you can do these. You can like dip them in water and then put them in the freezer, and then you have a frosted mug or a frosted wine chiller instead of just filling it with ice. You can do that with the mugs too and have a frosted mug. All right, so this is the third one of these. Then I'll switch to some smaller amounts of clay. Here we go. There we go. Stretch out the base of that and try to straighten it up some. Just pushing gently from the inside to try to smooth that out and make this a nice straight cylinder. I think we're good. Hey, Canuck. Good afternoon. Each of them get like just a tiny bit taller. All right, so let's move some of this other stuff out of the way. Next, I'm going to be making travel mugs. All right. So this is now 1 1/4 pounds of clay. And I need to get my ruler out here, my smaller ruler. Now these guys take a little more concentration, and I tend to work a little bit slower with them because it's a travel mug. It's tall and skinny is a little bit harder. And I guess because you're fighting against the centrifugal force so much. Oops, hair. A hair can be a dangerous thing. It can like slice through your pot and destroy it. There it is. So I measured this and made sure it was tall enough. I'll need to measure the width. Let's get some of the water out of here first. Where does pottery fall in professions? Like you get, yeah, clay usually comes from riverbeds. Um, Anywhere. Actually, that would be a good question to research more. Like anywhere where there once was water, like well, you find clay like deposits everywhere around here, but this, all of this land, they say however many years ago was covered in water, or in the valley areas. Are we technically in the Tennessee River Valley region here still? I don't know. Perfect. 10 centimeters wide is what I needed. And then we will put a handle on this, and then we'll customize it for whatever medallion or logo or text that needs to be on it. Are you talking about in WoW terms? Got a hair tickling me. So I probably just smeared liquid clay all over my neck. Tinkering artificer. Is there anything like earthbending? Hmm. A gathering profession paired with a crafting profession. I'm thinking about it. I mean, I've never played before. Like I asked you if I could be a cat. I was just gonna be the crazy cat lady orc. The rims of these need to be very pointy. There we go. Where normally I leave the rim a little bit more blunter, so because I just like the way that looks and feels. But this, because these are going to be travel mugs, and they have lids that need to fit them very precisely, and they need to have a pointed edge to go over to fit the lid. Let's see. I think I slowed it down too much. It's a little bit too wide. How much they shrink? The clay shrinks 12% because this is a commercial clay body I buy, and they tell you outright how much shrinkage it has, and it's consistent, so you know every batch is going to be the same. 12%, which means the mugs are gonna shrink about a half inch. Oops. Well, that's how you get something off the wheel if you need to. You put water under it and cut it off, and you slide it off. But I'm not going to try to pick this up right now because I would squish it. So when I use these tiles, I can throw things relatively thin on the bottom and let them dry without having to move them around and warping the piece. Yeah, not every type of clay is consistent in their shrinkage. Yes. Well, different clay bodies are going to shrink more and some less, depending on the type of clay body or how much impurities in it, how much organic material is still in it. But the average is like, but 12%, so between 10 and 15. I'm using a porcelain clay body. This is the standard brand clay. It's their 213 porcelain. So there are three main temperatures that clay bodies are formulated for nowadays. Low, mid, and high fire, and this is a mid-fire clay. The difference being roughly 1900 degrees, 2200, and then 2300. So it's not a huge spectrum, but you get drastically different results at each temperature. Yes, I am talking about Fahrenheit, yes. But I've started measuring these in centimeters because it's easier to do math in centimeters, right? Um, temperatures is Fahrenheit, though. Or I can use the universal pottery terms of cone 6 is what I'm firing to. That's 2232 degrees Fahrenheit, and I forget exactly what it is in Celsius. But you have Orton cones that are pieces of clay that are formulated to melt at that exact temperature. And so sometimes it's easier to say cone 6 is the temperature rather than trying to do, a bunch of conversions. So what people will do is put these cones in like the kiln in front of a peephole, and before you had the thermocouple, like I have a computer on my kiln that tells me when it goes off and thermocouples. But before you had that, you could either like look at the color of the kiln and guess, or you put the cones in, and once you see that give it a certain amount of time, and once the cone melts, falls over, it's reached a certain temperature, and you shut the kiln off. In old terms, like, would I call myself a journeyman potter, a master expert? How are we ranked? So there are different terms. There is definitely considered like a master potter. I would not consider myself a master potter. I'm a professional potter, but I don't know how to do everything, right? I am. There is a difference in a studio potter, which is what I technically am, because I have my studio. Me and Daniel, we do everything here. We do each step. So the studio potter is the proper term for what I am. A production potter is somebody who works in a studio with lots of people, where a production potter would be doing just the throwing, or they spend all day doing just the trimming, or all day just measuring out the clay or mixing the clay. So you have one thing and you do that one thing all day long. That's a production potter. Some people get up in arms about being a potter versus a ceramicist, and I really do not care. I feel any more the term crafter or crafty, it tends to be more of like an amateur or a hobbyist. So I like the term professional because this is my full time job. So it sounds fairly hit or miss. Orton cones are very specific, and that's why they are the standard for melting. Right now, I use a thermocouple, and I go, like I said, to 2232 degrees, and it just shuts off. So you see, we're a little bit wobbly at the top. I'm going to I'll measure this, and then I will sand that off once it's a little bit drier and make it even. But like the thermocouples I use are the same thermocouples that would be used in metallurgy, because I used to work in a aluminum recycling center. They just don't go to as high of a temperature. There we go. So like potter. Some people say a potter is someone who makes functional wares, like what I'm doing, versus a ceramicist is somebody maybe who makes sculptures or non-functional things, more artsy pieces. What kind of range would I have to be temperature wise? That would be, what would the tolerance be like? I my tolerance, I think, is within like 20 degrees, because I can tell the difference between like the top and the bottom of my kiln. I would need to like, I probably should put some cones in the top and the bottom to see exactly how much difference it is, because there's a little bit, like, the top and the bottom can get cooler than the center, especially the bottom gets, it's just a tiny bit cooler. Because you're gonna have hot and cold spots in the chamber. Because I'm trying to think, like I need to look up the chart for temperatures, like because cone 6 is what I fire to. Cone 10 is it's at most like 100 degrees higher. So there's it doesn't seem like a lot of difference, but that's the difference between my clay body melting into a pile of goo and a different clay body being able to withstand that heat. So whiskey has the devil's share that soaks into the barrel. Do I ever throw a piece from all the scum that builds up on the edge of the wheel? Actually, I will scrape this down and reuse it. So not just the like I don't just use just this stuff, but I've got my scrap bag here where I'm tossing all the little chunks that I've cut off. And I'll recycle everything because as long as the clay has not been fired, you can reuse it over and over and over again. Either rehydrated if it's dried out and like a piece broke or something, or like the pieces I've got here, let them dry out a little bit and just wedge them back together. What is that scum called? It is called scrap slip. So watered down clay is called slip and slurry or slurry. I call it the reclaim, the scraps. I'll put in my reclaim bucket in the back, which is a large trash can, and let it, dissolve, congeal, and then I actually have a machine called a pug mill that will mix things back together for me. Because the two ways to mix clay is put it in a machine and mix it, or like sit there and wedge it, knead it out like you would dough, and that takes forever. You've worked on creating stable processes for belt furnaces and heat treatment cycles. Yeah, it gives you some interesting perspectives, yeah. Are there any necessities beyond heat, by the way, like oxygen levels or something along those lines? So I work it with electric kilns, so they are fired in an oxidation atmosphere. Reduction atmospheres are what you can get more with like gas-fired kilns, and it produces different glazes, different outcomes. You can have the same glaze in an oxidation versus a reduction firing, and they will look completely different. It just depends on the outcome you want, but what I'm doing is oxidation firing. And a perfect example of that is the raku plates, not plates, with the raku pieces that I have, the copper raku, like the pumpkins we did. That's pretty much the only reduction firing we do, and we do it outside. Yay! So is that 10 a.m. our time? Central Standard Time. It is. Okay. We're going to get started earlier than that, but yes, we are. And so I'm a little bit nervous about it. We're going to be on the front page tomorrow. I'm a little bit nervous about it. And so give me some ideas of what you think I should do. I'm kind of thinking about doing mugs because I'm comfortable doing mugs and I can do them fairly quickly and consistently, but I don't want to bore everybody. Oh no, I love questions. Yeah, I learn things when people ask questions too, because it may be something I've never thought about before. So do you think just regular mugs would bore people? I think it would let me be able to focus on chat. I'm gonna make sure we don't let the cats outside so they can be around. Sorry, a studio full of angry cats. What could go wrong? 2 hours. 2 hours, 10 our time, so 10 to 12. So I guess 11 to 1 your time. But we'll get started earlier than that. Just probably get warmed up. Yeah, they do the different sizes. And we'll see if I get everything done today, because I've got these, the same amount of clay that makes these. I'm going to do some of the soup bowls, the mini pie plates, and apple bakers. And if I don't get all those done today, I'll do some tomorrow. How many mugs can I throw in 2 straight hours? Usually about 40. My average is about 20 an hour. Yeah, I can have other pieces around. Because mugs are 1 pound, so it's easy to switch up if I want to do something that's 2, 3, or 4 pounds. Just have a bunch of 1 pound pieces made up. Yeah, and mugs go quickly. I mean, even these are going fairly decently quickly, so it's not like people are gonna get bored watching one thing being made and never get to see it finished. Eek. Come on now. Here we go. Can somebody please clip that where I fixed it? Go a little bit slower on this one and see if I can actually make something out of it. There's a little bit of a wobble there where it's not, quite centered anymore because it came off. Cute Jeweler, thank you for the raid. Yeah, and I can show the finished pieces because I'll be up here and I can grab them. So we got a little bit of a wobble there where the weak spot was. Welcome, everybody! A cute raid. I'm all about cuteness overload. Good afternoon. I'm working on some travel mugs right now. Okay, I'm gonna see how tall this is. I may be making it too tall. That may be my problem here. Tiny bit too tall, but it's okay. We're making it work. Thank you, Colleen. Is this one going to say something fun? Oh, I've got to look and see what my orders are. I think a lot of these are going to say something fun. Might even have curse words on it. I've got one that's going to be a test glaze. Somebody asked if we could do this orange color, but do white on top of it. So it's going to be. I've done it once before, so it's going to be kind of like a creamsicle. Oh, Bride, thank you. Getting some of this extra water out of the bottom. So I'm going to trim the top off since this is a little bit too tall. Just trying to make this a nice pointed rim because it's what it needs to be so that the travel mug lid will fit. Here we go. Yeah, Teal, have a good afternoon. Thanks for stopping by. Jeweler snack time. Get some foods. Here we go. I added more water into the bottom. Let's see what this one measures at the top. It's a little bit too wide. Nope, wrong way. I don't know why. I was thinking to turn it off again, and I turned it back on. Here we go. Five. We're a quarter of the way done with these. I want to make at least 20 of them. There we go. So that one is a little bit taller than it needs to be. I'm going to trim that off because it's like that much too tall. There we go. Let's try that one again. Maybe with some water this time, because that's not centered. I did the same thing again. There, much better. Okay, that's plenty tall. Now the rim of that looks way too wide, so I'm going to narrow this up and probably figure out that I'm wrong and that it's perfect, but okay. And then it's a little bit wavy at the top, but I'm gonna sand that down once it's dry, rather than try to like trim it down right now. Ooh, wobbly. Oh, Crafty, hello. Good afternoon. Got plenty of height. Too fast. Arg. Did I cut enough of it that I'll actually... No, I didn't. Alright, let's see if I can fix this. So I am working on a travel mug, and I'm going to be measuring the rim of this because I have some silicone travel mug lids that will fit on the top, and they don't have a great deal of wiggle room. So I'll loosely measure it right now, and then if it's close, it's pretty good. It needs to be 10 centimeters. We're still a good height, so I didn't mess it up by roughing up the rim. There we go. We have 8 of them. Nope, all these are done on the wheel. The only thing we have molds for, I've made some press molds for some of the details like on the animal bowls. So for the animals, instead of sculpting at a face every single time, I made a press mold. Yeah, so each of these, the travel mugs here, they start out as 1 1/4 pounds of clay. And these I measure much more precisely than some of the others. They're all, that's how you start by making things similar, is start with the same amount of clay. And these, I'll measure the heights and the width of the rim because, like I said, they need to be able to fit the travel mug lids that I have. Make that a little bit taller. Okay. But yeah, everything is made by hand, and the majority of everything I do is streamed here live, so you can see the process start to finish. This is the first day back to throwing that I've had in a long time. I've been the last couple of weeks I've been doing a lot of glazing. Let's see how far off I am. That's pretty close. It's just maybe a tiny bit. Tiny bit in. So I'm measuring the outside rim here to be 10 centimeters. Because this is going to shrink. It's like roughly 4 inches, I think. Because it needs to shrink down to about 3.5 inches. Oh, you've seen a lot of the glazing? Yeah, because that's what I've been doing the last few weeks. So it starts with centering the clay, bringing it up and compressing it back down, making sure it's all in the center of the wheel. It's just what it sounds like. That lets me open this up and use the clay the most efficiently because it ensures that the walls of the clay will be even. The walls of the pot will be even. Now I got a little wobbly bit right there, but I think we got it kind of fixed. Get some more of this clay up off the bottom here. And then slow the wheel down a little bit. Compress this a little bit. Using my metal rib here, I'm pressing very gently from the inside to give this a bit more shape and just compress the walls, which can make them stronger. Work out any of the wobbles we have there. And we'll get the water out of the bottom of this. Oh, it's way too wide. Still just a tiny bit too wide. Alright, that's good. And even though this is a little bit wobbly at the top, I will sand that down once it's dry rather than trying to fix it right now because it is very, very fragile. See, it looks so satisfying to slap the clay down, right? It's like, oh yeah, this is such a relaxing, calm stream. Thwop. Every 3 minutes. First step when making anything on the wheel is to place the clay firmly on the wheel so that it doesn't fly away. All right. And these will all get handles. They'll get a handle on the top so that the bottom can still fit into a cup holder. And then they can still be customized on the front or the back with any of our graphics or phrases, or you can put whatever you want to on them. We do that too. Right? Yeah, hypnotize people with it. Yes, people say it's very mesmerizing and very relaxing to watch, but it's just as relaxing for me to do most of the time. Like these take a little bit more concentration because I have to measure them and I don't have as much practice with them, but it's like, especially if I'm just doing mugs, I completely zone out and I won't even remember making them. Be like, oh, I'm done. When did I do that? Like if I'm not streaming, I would be listening to audiobooks and just like letting my mind chew on that while my hands did other things.
What's up? How is you?
I'm good. We're getting some of these done.
Wait. Save some for tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And keep pimping tomorrow because we need to make us look like a real stream.
Right. So that's what I was asking. Like, what should I do? I'm like, I kind of want to just do like regular mugs because I'm comfortable with that and I can do those quickly and pop them out. But I
That
don't
would
want
be really
to.
repetitive.
Yeah, I don't know if it's too repetitive. I don't want to bore people, but I could focus on chat while doing that, and it's not like it's boring. It's just
I would
because
do a
for
little
people
bit
that have
different
never
stuff.
seen things before, it
Right.
might
But it
not
would
be
be a little
boring.
repetitive. I would probably do some different stuff. Mix up the second hour maybe.
Yeah. So yeah, tomorrow's going to be an early stream. We don't usually do morning streams, but when they say, "Hey, we've got a spot for you on the front page," I say, "Okay, I'll be there." Like, I don't care if it's at like midnight. I would have been there. Okay, you are wobbly. You'd love to see just the mugs, yeah, since you ordered one yesterday, yeah. You ordered one that's in stock. I remember it's Arizona Sunrise, but which was it? Was it the Yarn Snob? See, I can remember what you said your order was, but I can't remember what I had for lunch yesterday. Right? I'm a little bit nervous about it. I'm all tangled up here. There we go. Hey, Knitter Girl, good afternoon. We have 12 travel mugs. I am freezing. Like the screen is freezing. I don't think it's on our end. Anybody else having issues? We had the power go out today. It was weird. Like it's a beautiful day. It wasn't raining or nothing, but the power blinked. It went out for like probably like 30 seconds or something, but it's like right before we started the stream. See, it's like so much pressure for tomorrow. It's like, what do we have our stream title be? Oh, watering plants. I am working on some travel mugs today. So these are the 1.25 pound pieces of clay. We're making taller cylinders. Making the bodies for the travel mugs, like what you see behind me. We started out making pie plates, so I've got 7 pie plates, and then the taller pieces up here are going to be utensil holders or wine chillers. Let's see how much taller this needs to be. Oh, good. Okay, maybe it's done then. Oh, yeah, you can see the outside because it's not so bright. Yeah, that's our outside. That's the main street. That's where I used to throw sitting up in the front window. We moved back here closer to the office, and I'm actually standing at my wheel, so I needed a wall to lean against. And plus, in the wintertime, it gets really cold up there. That's good. I do. So this is actually going to be a travel mug. So I'm going to put a handle on it. It's going to get a handle on the top part, and then I can customize the mugs with like text and graphics and stuff. So we'll see what this one's been ordered with. But yeah, the travel mugs, you can purchase some we might have in stock or custom order one on our website. A lot of these are orders that I'm filling. But keep in mind, like it's tall now, but it's going to shrink a little bit. It's going to shrink to be about around 6 inches tall, I think. But yeah, every piece shrinks a little bit. The clay shrinks technically 12%, and in a mug, that's going to be about a half inch. Yeah, it does look a lot bigger in the camera, but it's because it's close to the camera. But it is bigger than its finished product will be. So if I have one around here, I can show you. They start as 1.25 pounds of clay. The handles, I make the handles with an extruder. So I have dies that I press the clay through and cut them into strips. That way they're all the same. And then I attach that once the clay dries out a little bit and I can actually pick those up and hold them without squishing them, then I add the handle. What's up?
Just thought you were.
Mm-hmm.
Thought that was funny.
Yep. Yeah, so I'll cover.
YouTube videos that show a lot of the hand.
Yeah, Daniel was saying we've been doing some videos and doing some editing, so we are going to try to do more YouTube videos so you can just go and look and see exactly how we do all the different processes. But with those, I will let them dry out, but I'll cover them up so they don't dry out too quickly, and I'll be assembling them this week, probably on Monday. Each piece gets fired twice. The first firing is once the piece is completely air dried. We fire them up to 1800 degrees Fahrenheit just to put the clay through a chemical change to harden it, to make it stronger so that I can glaze it. But it's not the highest temperature. It still leaves the clay porous so I can glaze it. Then after the first firing, I will glaze the pieces, and then they'll go through a second firing, which will fully solidify the clay. Make sure it's no longer porous so that it can hold water and such, and it will melt the glazes, which gives them that nice shiny appearance you're used to seeing on pottery. And the final firing temperature for these is 2232 degrees Fahrenheit. Could you do this in a small space with walls? Oh, yes. And you should see my wall. I've got like splatters everywhere. Even there's splatters over there. You can see them. Yeah, you don't have to have a huge space. I started out just in my garage. Let me see what this measures out to be. It looks, yeah, it is too tall. Like, it looks a little bit too tall. Slow this down. And now, like that clay that I just trimmed off, I'm not just throwing that away. I can reuse it, because as long as the clay has not been fired, I can recycle it and reuse it over and over again. It does splatter. You can take a little bit more care and make less of a mess. You can like line places with plastic or something, or make sure you've got a surface that can be cleaned. This is kind of the wheel throwing area, so I don't really, I don't mind splashing. Measure that to 10 centimeters, and we're good. Oh, it is a lot of fun to do. I recommend anybody taking a class if you're interested in it. And some places are opening back up for classes right now. Like I know the place where I get all my equipment from and all my like glazes and tools and clay and stuff down in Nashville, Tennessee, they've opened back up for their classes. Yeah, I was trying to see if I had one of my cameras in to just show you how it splatters. Here we go. See my poor camera? That's how much it splatters. And plus, I adjust it and touch it. That's why I don't. That's why all I have is a monitor. You should see my monitor. That's why we have the computers in a separate room. Whoops, I'm just throwing everything around. And not in the way I normally do. Yeah, nothing is ever like clean. It's just kind of sometimes the mess is under control, but that's another reason we moved the wheel and everything back here. I'm like, I don't really need to be in the front window. It gets cold in the wintertime, and the sun can be really blinding up there, especially when trying to stream. So we moved it back here, and plus it keeps the mess concentrated to this corner and not like spread out through the entire front of the building here. So it's like, look, you can see the floor. You can actually see the wood of the floor now instead of just seeing dust. Yeah, like painting. Yeah, don't wear your nice clothes. Yeah, at least it's water based though, so it's not gonna ruin anything. One thing I never really thought about until somebody else pointed it out was that, the clay gets in your fingernails, which, clean them out. It doesn't bother you. It's white clay. It's not going to stain anything. But it gets in your cuticles and it leaves little ridges in your fingernails. And I never really thought of it as a bad thing, but somebody who came and took a class from me and like gets their nails done on a regular basis came and like noticed it, and I'm like, you know what, I never thought about that before, but yeah, my fingernails have little lines in them, but I've been doing this for so long I just thought it was normal. But yeah, the clay does get into your cuticles and leave little marks. Yeah, if you'd like to see what our old setup looked like, we a couple of years ago we did a Google 360 view pictures for Google, for our Google Maps. So when you look at our listing, you can see like Christmas a couple of years ago when we had the store decorated for Christmas, and we had the wheel in the front of the studio. But it kind of gives you an idea of what it looks like from the front door to back here. We need to update it. It's like when we did that, we had a professional camera come in and did it. Now we could probably just do it with our iPhones. Okay, it was a little bit too wide. That's good. um, you're in the market for a wheel, and what would I recommend? Definitely, well, an electric one versus a manual powered one. They're the two different types of kick wheels. There's like a kick wheel where you are physically kicking the like a big heavy wheel, and then there's a treadle wheel, which is actually what I learned on, which it's more of you kick a lever or just pump a lever, and you have a little bit more control. A treadle wheel is fine. I would do that if I was going to do a manual versus just a kick wheel. But electric wheels have been around now for so long, you can usually find them used. I always suggest buying used because brand new, they can be really expensive. Like you're going to spend at least $1,000 buying one brand new, or for a good one. You can get like a one from China on Amazon for like $200 or $300, but they really are hit or miss whether it's going to work or not. Um, so I would look on places like, I guess if Craigslist is still a thing, or Facebook ads. There's lots of groups on Facebook where people are selling things. There's a website called pottersweb.net. Pottersweb.net, which is a classifieds for equipment. So they have it, categorized by pottery wheels, kilns, this, and that, and the other. Because we found some things there before. Another good place to look and keep an eye out is govdeals.com. And these are all places we just kind of browse and shop for things, because most of the things I have in my studio are used. Like there's nothing in here I bought brand new. There's one thing I bought from the manufacturer, but even then it was refurbished. So and I, recommend buying used for wheels and things because they're very simple machines, and even if you buy one and you need to replace a part or something, it's usually fairly easy to do. Govdeals.com is government surplus, and the downside, it's an auction site. The downside is you have to go pick it up. They're not going to ship anything, but it's fun to look at because you can get some really good deals there. But for I guess ease, I would recommend an electric wheel because it's going to be the most efficient. A treadle wheel is second, but definitely electric wheel is going to be a lot more efficient unless you just want to do something manually or you don't have electrical hookup. I tried using I have a kick wheel. It's in you can see it in the very front of the studio. Like that's the, come on, right there. Nope. I can't do it. It's in the front window, and you can see the wheel head up there, but we took it to a show where there was not going to be any electricity, and I'm like, yeah, I can do this. I used to do this all the time, and I'm like, oh my gosh. How do people do this? It was exhausting. Hey, Ray, so how many pieces will I make in a year? An average of 500 pieces a month, so let's do that math. I have to see how much clay I've purchased this year. Last year, I went through 15,000 pounds of clay. But yeah, I don't think one brand is like super better than the other for a pottery wheel. I'm using a Creative Industries, which is a really good brand. They just don't make it anymore. It got bought out and it's called something else now. It's called the Clay Boss, and I forget who exactly bought it out. Speedball maybe? Forget. It's either Artista or Speedball. But you've got what Brent and Shimpo are going to be the two main, I think, wheel producers. And if you can find like a good price for a used wheel, if you can get one for between $300 and $500, that's going to be a good price for a used wheel. And then you have the, crazy stories of people saying, "Hey, my neighbor was cleaning out a house and they just put a pottery wheel at the edge of the road to throw it away, and so I got a free wheel." You got stuff like that all the time. Estate sales, auctions, because like I said, people cleaning out their grandmother's basement and they find a kiln and a wheel. It's like I'm getting the hang of it. So I don't know what max 30 is. Uh, 750. I mean, it's not a bad price. It's not brand new. I would look up and see what it costs brand new and see what condition it's in, how old it is. It's a little bit higher than I think I would pay for any pottery wheel, but like I'd say like $500 is a good like used price. But that I don't know what that one is, so I'd see what it cost originally. Whoa. Then that's a good price, right? That's a good price then. Wow. So I guess so. I may not know what brand that is, so my perspective might be a little bit skewed. But I will say about used wheels is, and new ones too. They're expensive, but they last a long time. They're not. Like I said, they're very fairly simple machine, and they last a long time. They don't need a lot of maintenance. So even if like I've bought one that's been sitting out in someone's backyard for years, and it works fine. Uh, okay, Daniel says it's like a Brent wheel, which new. I know I've seen some like around $1,500 to $2,000 brand new. Is that just the wheel, or do you get anything else with it? Come on, hold on, hold on. Here we go. Yeah, now some of the differences in new wheels are going to be the, I guess, the motor that's in them, the like how big of things are you going to throw versus little things. Like this wheel says it can technically like center and throw up to 100 pounds. I've never tried that. The max I've thrown is like 12 pounds at a time, which is not small, but I don't probably need all of this power. But so there are some differences that could things that could affect the price. A little bit too wide. Let's make sure one more time. Yep. Yeah, I don't know what the horsepower on this is, but that's how. Like I know they list it, but that's sometimes how it's advertised. Is it doesn't list the horse or doesn't like advertise the horsepower? It says it can max center this amount of pounds of clay. Because I have to see what it is on this one. So many pots. It's like I really thought I had 20 pieces measured out in this bag, but I don't. I have 19, so we'll go into one of my other bags. I want to do at least 20 of these. I might just go all the way to 30. And then I'll have some left over for tomorrow to do too. Yeah, these are actually slower than I like to go. These I take a little bit more care with. There we go. 19. See how this is. This clay's a little bit softer, so we'll see if it's considerably harder to work with. Whew. I was holding my breath on that one. And it's still wobbly. I don't really... That's like so... I don't know if this will work or not. There we go. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, there's a little... It's not a hard piece. It's just a little piece of slip. And there's 20. See, now that I've got 20, I'm like, you know what? 10 more is not that much. 10 more is not that much. I'll just do 10 more. But, it's like not as daunting as starting out saying I want to get to 30. Oops, let's clean this off. I will make 10 more of these. So we'll do 30 of these, and then depending on what time it is, I'll probably stop around 6 o'clock for supper. But until then, I'll see what else I've got. Like, I have some more pieces that I can make. Did I center this? I don't know if I did. Did I? Let's do it one more time if I didn't. Or even if I did. Because just compressing it is not going to center everything, because it could be a little bit like stiffer in the center than on the outside, and that could cause the piece to be wobbly. Don't do that to me again. Now I hadn't like pulled that very far up, so it's a little bit easier to save. Sometimes it's harder once like pieces, I've stretched it out a little bit more. Like, there's a good little wobble right there, but the top is fairly centered. So what I'm going to do is try to compress this down and just work the clay back and forth there, solidifying that again. I'm in the central time zone in Kentucky. So right now it's 4:30 here. That's where the little wobble is right there. Is that where it was actually set? I never knew that. Was it supposed to be in Kentucky? I thought it was further north. I always thought that Metropolis was like New York, so I assumed it was more north. Was it? It was filmed in Canada. I didn't know that either. If you know, like I tell everybody, like we're in a really small town here, but we're just an hour north of Nashville, Tennessee. So if you know Nashville, Tennessee, that's the closest big city to us. Kentucky is very beautiful. It is mostly rural and farmland, farming communities. Hey Marie, you know what? We don't have them in the store yet. I think I have. This may be the only one I have in stock, but this is what they look like. So they are going to be about 6 inches wide, maybe a little bit more, and what, maybe an inch and a half deep. That's what they look like. So this one is the Sedona glaze. So that's going to be the one that I have right now. Which is why I need to make more. I made some, and we ended up selling them all before we even like put them online. Yeah, they're $25, and we can, if you wanted to send me an email, I could go ahead and send you an invoice for them before we can get them up on the website. That way, I'll know how many to make, since I am making some more of them. I got planned on making 10, but I think I've got orders for like 4 of them. So if I need to make 20, I'll make 20. Corin, hey, welcome back. Hey, thank you for the raid. All right, let's see about this one. Let's turn this down some. Ooh. But I think thank you for the raid. Welcome everybody. Let's see if this is right. That's good. Ooh, about to make a pizza run. Sounds good. It's so nice here. We're actually going to grill out tonight. No, I see it up there. It's like I didn't turn on the open sign. You think you got sunburn on your face while riding the mower around the back? Yeah, we got our one and only sunburn this year by being out on a cloudy day. Yep, so yeah, everything is dishwasher, microwave, and oven safe. Gotta put water on my hands so that when I stick my hand down in here, it won't stick to the walls. I know that's a little bit chunky at the top. Let's see how bad this is. Yeah, the small pie plates are 25. Okay, I think I'm going to just sand this down instead of trying to cut that off. So Just leave it alone and let it dry. So always go a little bit faster for the centering the first couple pulls, and then we'll slow it down as we get taller. It's a little bit too tall. Yeah, have a good supper. Thanks for stopping by. Perfect. Oh, you did homemade pizza last night. I like doing a homemade deep dish pizza. Chicago style pizza. Well, we have 24. We'll do 6 more. You're learning a new way to cook the gluten-free, yeah. So your dough was made from rice flour, and nobody noticed. Good. You know, Oreos are gluten-free. Oh, really? Bob's Red Mill, that's what you've been using? For low carb, I've been using some of the almond flour and different things. Really, it's more like keto. Used that when making sausage balls, and they turned out really good. There we go. 25. That one, I think I just almost knocked that one over. When I was scooting it, I think it went like this. Now you want baked goods. We were talking about pie earlier because I was making pie plates. That's what I started off doing today. Big pie plates, 9-inch pie plates. Right, that's right. It's good as long as you don't have a nut allergy. Oh, you did. You got some pie. Nice. Whoops. What kind of pie? Apple pie. All right, 4 more. Ooh. You get apples you should put into a pie. I've got bananas. I might make do some banana bread. A little bit too big there, so we'll narrow this down. Even measure the height. Height's not bad. I could trim that down a little bit, make it easier. Ooh, Kira, wow, you got home from 6 hours of bike riding? Whoa. But your legs are tired. Right? It feels like summer here. We've had our windows open and got our sandals out. 3 more of these. Oh, you got thunder, you getting rain? guess better than snow. Yeah, usually it's freezing there. Like I would say, like November is usually hit or miss. Like I don't know that it's probably never been this warm. It probably has been before, but it's not usually this warm in November. But we don't usually get like the freezing and ice and snow and stuff until January and February. Like it's notorious around here to have it like snow on spring break. Whoop, almost. No, you had no. I haven't made Tia. After I do two more of these, I will make the body for Tia, and so I'll make the body right now, and then let it dry out, and then make the rest of it, because that's how I have to do the teapots. So that's 28. So these are the travel mugs. We'll do two more of these. Oh, you are getting snow and not just rain. There we go. Let's do one more of these. Okay, this will be the last travel mug. All right. Hey, Spook. So, travel mug number 30. And then next, I'm going to make a mini teapot that looks like Tia the elephant from Animal Crossing. Because Kira has redeemed 50,000 Kiba Kibbles. And doing that, you can request to see a piece be made. So I'm going to make some little parts here and see how this goes. So it's basically going to look like her head. So I'm going to make a sphere here while rhyming. Now I probably will trim this down a little bit, but I want to get as much of that clay off the bottom as I can. Not do that. Let's hold on to this time. Okay. I'm trying to remember if I should make a gallery for this. I think I'm just going to leave it like this and make the teapot with a little spot with a, to go over the top. Here we go. That's nice and round. Do I get extra points for rhyming? I wish. All right, that's it. That's the body. And then I'm going to make a spout and try to see how big I need to make this based on the size here. And then I'll measure the opening here, which is, yeah, it's like 2.5 inches. And so I'll make a couple of lids for this and maybe a couple spouts in case, you know, something happens to one of them. Oh, that's a piece of raku clay. I didn't know I had that there. So I'm going to be throwing this off the hump, which just means I'm making just basically a itty bitty pot here at the very top. Probably need to slow this down a little bit. Usually it's pretty easy to get something to collar back in, but that one's not wanting to. Hmm. I'm gonna stop with that one and see what that does. Like, I need to see a picture of her to see if like this does the spout point up or down, or it's a nose, right? So it kind of goes. It would be kind of like tilted up, right? Boogie, thank you for the raid. All right, let's try this again. Just need to make this bigger than I need it. And see, the trick with doing like things that are so small like this is using very, very tiny pressure. Okay. Then I'm going to just cut this off right here, and then there we go. Much better. Set it over here and do a couple more of those. Boogie, I'm doing pretty good. Mm-hmm. Yeah, start over. Let's go all the way. Let's recenter a little chunk here. No, these are, I'm making a few little spouts for a small teapot I just made. So that's what I'm trying to do with a spout. I should make pie birds, shouldn't I? Should make pie cats. I'm just making a tiny volcano, that's all it is, yeah. Make those two and see. And now a lid. Let's see. What did I say this was? It, it can be wider than that. It's good. And we'll trim that down. Let's do another one of those. Oh, come on. All right. Okay. You know, I didn't think I would use this entire piece of clay, but I did. There we go. And so what I'll do is, once this dries out a little bit, we'll flip it over and I'll trim away the extra on the bottom and make it round. We'll let that dry out. And then we'll add a little handle. And I'll look at pictures to make sure I'm getting it right for the eyes and everything. But I think that's about it for what I'm going to do today. I'm going to do some prep for tomorrow. Tomorrow we are going to be, we're going to have an early morning stream tomorrow. We're on Central Time. We'll be on at around 9 o'clock our time. Because at 10 o'clock our time, we are going to be, from 10 till noon tomorrow, we are going to be on the front page of Twitch. And I'm very nervous about this, but I'm excited too. So that's why we're going to be on early tomorrow. So I'm going to do some prep for that and make sure we have everything how we want it. So, right. So if you can show up tomorrow and help me not be nervous, you know? I I don't think we put in a request. I think it was because we are they're trying to promote creative, and so they asked us if we'd be interested. All right, guys. Thank you so much for watching. I will see y'all in the morning. Have a wonderful night. If I don't see you again, have a great weekend. But we're gonna go host. We're gonna raid Young Khan. So go say hi to him. Watch some awesome painting going on, illustration, and I will see y'all later. Have a good night.